Day 20, let's do push-ups. After I click on my crab. It's let's come here. Yeah. Biddy. Biddy. Oh, I didn't click live on Kick. Oh, well, okay, we're live on Kick now. We just did 50. 1 Newton bomb. And now we are building prompts. I'm just gonna pick up where I was yesterday. You know what? Give me 1 minute. Had to get some coffee. Already rock. Yeah, so this is definitely something to keep in mind. I do like the idea of having some sort of prompt plus appendix sort of thing that provides additional context. But at the same time, I'm thinking the way we have it designed right now, it's like prompt one goes at the beginning, and then prompts 2 to 9 are kind of all in the same API request, right? So is it any different to have the full details as a part of that prompt 2 to 9 package, or does adding an appendix per prompt section make a difference, right? Like, I don't think it does because it's all just in one chat, anyways, right? So I don't think it really matters that much. But yes, we do definitely need to make sure that these prompts are actually carrying the relevant information for the LLM to be able to function in accordance with what the North Star needs it to do, which basically means adding the relevant context. Um, yeah, and that's basically all there is. It needs the context that it needs, right? So basically, as we move through each of these prompts, I very carefully need you to go through the North Star and figure out what section of the North Star maps to the prompt that we're making, and then figure out what of that context needs to explicitly be written in the prompt. And while we're doing that, I need you to let me know what you decided to put in versus what you decided to omit. And and that way I can go back and look at the North Star and see what context is actually present and what isn't, and then make a decision on whether or not we need to add more or remove some. I don't want you to be so like um conservative with what you add to the prompts. I think we can take a bit more of a liberal approach where we're adding, a little bit more context, and then if anything, we can trim back following that first liberal pass. So let's go through the two prompts we have again right now, one by one, and do it in the way that I said. So let's start with prompt one. Go through the North Star, remake prompt one if you think anything needs to change, and then give me the rundown of what got mapped over from the North Star and what you omitted. And then we'll go from there, and we'll do that prompt by prompt then. This coffee is hot. Uh-oh. Um, Let me get this locked in here for my shoulder. It's locked. I'll be sitting here with this pack on my neck all day. Okay. Okay, so it just added the explicit true false flag for rudder path. Prompt one looks a bit better now. Let's do prompt number two in the same way. That is some strong coffee. I love it. Coffee and Zims. So we're gonna make it. I actually can't wait to just fully build this thing and start selling it. It's literally gonna print money. So one thing to be careful of here, it's mentioning a lot of things that up until this point it would have no idea what they mean. So we need to make sure they get defined here. Okay, so here is where it explains. So these are all fine. Um, yeah. So recent capture rows is fine. So open dialog host. This is where the description gets important. So let's see. The caption real verified terminated. Okay. This let's leave it for now. I think it's okay. Okay, so I'm looking at prompt 2 right now, and I'm just reading through the open dialog hosts as well as the memory link chains section, and there is some detailing where you at least understand the purpose of what these are, but I don't think all of the necessary context is here, like explicitly for memory links, for example. Like there were important rules we came up with memory links where memory links for certain types of cases, like like when you're not specifically referencing something, like if you don't say like refer to the gym explicitly, then the memory link can only be made like one row back or whatever. Um, so yeah, there are explicit rules like that are definitely important to be kept track of here. I haven't scrolled through this entire prompt, so I don't know if that gets mentioned later, but yeah, so there's definitely like a lack of important context, at least here in the memory links, the memory link chain section. And then I'm thinking for open dialogue hosts, there may be some stuff missing as well. Because I've done so much work inside the North Star, it's a lot to keep track of all at once, but intuitively it feels like this might be a little bit thin. Basically, we need to make sure that like whatever we talked about in the North Star that is an actual like rule that needs to be followed for a specific case or whatever. Um, the system needs to know how to do it. So like I mean maybe let me scroll down to the examples here and maybe you have or like the rules. Maybe there's something here about this. Let me just look quick. So in the rules I didn't see anything. Let me look in the examples. Yeah, it looks like there's nothing explicitly detailing what I mentioned. So, yeah, this is definitely going to be a problem. The prompts really need to reflect all of the details in the North Star that would need to be communicated to the LLM, and there's a lot of those details. And if that means a bigger prompt that the LLM has to read, that's fine. But if we just skip out on all the design we did in the North Star, what was the point of doing it? Yeah, so obviously the data is not actually being persisted here at the point of prompt two. Like this is just analyzing the pack to see where memory links may be, and then it's a later prompt that actually handles the persistence, which is where, the rules for memory links actually matter even more in terms of how to write the memory links in the data. So yeah, so there would be a difference between prompt 2 and I guess prompt 7 if prompt 7 is the one that's handling the actual writing side of the data. Um, but yeah, in general, we definitely need higher specifications in prompt 2. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's try. I need a bigger token budget. Somebody give me money and I'll make you rich. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so added interpretation rules. Let's see. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay, let's see the interpretation rules. Okay, this is a lot stronger now. So the main thing to keep track of now is this level of detailing across the rest of the prompt and then also the actual deliverable. So let's keep going. That's what we're keeping in mind here. So I'm reading through the schedule summaries section now. The memory links and open dialog state sections seem to be in a stronger place. They might not be perfect, but testing in practice will reveal any weaknesses. So in the schedule summaries section, how do we think this is standing now? It seems like it's definitely thin compared to the other sections. Um, like one thing that I'm thinking is basically, I guess maybe because I haven't scrolled down enough, I don't know the exact deliverable that we're trying to output here from this prompt before going to step 3. So let me just scroll down and look at that actually. I'm actually not seeing the deliverable here. Let me keep looking. Okay, so I'm not seeing a clear deliverable here. Like, what is this prompt actually outputting? Oh, I see it's here, internal deliverable of the steps. So let me just read this. Okay, so it's basically listing like the the internal deliverables, like the current term grounding, primary context candidates, blah blah blah, but there's no explicit shape as to what that should look like. And then also there's no explicit like structuring of um like within the memory links and dialogue state section, there's no explicit like what the LLM should essentially be keeping track of and writing down like explicitly. Like it's saying to look for all these things, but it's not explicitly saying what to do if it finds them, right? So that definitely seems like the main gap right now. So does the examples show? So just to be clear, is the output shape of this prompt being captured in the examples? Like, is that basically what we're doing here? Like I see input and then like interpretation guidance, but yeah, and actually no, so it's still not explicitly showing like the type of output for each of these inputs, you know what I mean? Like in prompt one, like if I scroll up here to prompt one, there's an explicit output shape, right? So it's very clear to the LLM exactly what it needs to do, right? Like within each example, there's an output for every input in the examples. So I think that's the strongest way to do this is like give output examples with a very clear shape. And then basically it's saying how the outputs can vary across examples. And then there's also like if you look in prompt one, there's an output you must return section. I think we should mirror this across all of the prompts. It should be like input you receive and then output you must return. And then any, relevant details to that output, but there should be an explicit shaping of the output, essentially. You know what I mean? Like for each thing that can get picked up, there should be a description of how that should be captured. So like for memory links, it should be like, pointing to the version ID of whatever row that it's creating a memory link with, and then it should also have a reason for why the memory link is. Like if you look in the North Star, there's a value that gets associated with the memory link. Um, it's an enum. I forget exactly what the values in the enum are, but there's different reasons for why memory links can happen. So the point I'm getting at is it should be tracking clearly like a very distinct shape, and then it should show those output cases across each of these different examples. So I want you to look through the North Star. I want you to look at prompt one, and then I want you to make prompt two do basically all of that. For now, we'll just focus on yeah, so like the issue before I gave this feedback is basically it's like the LLM knows what to look for, but it doesn't know what to do with it, right? This step is important to take a lot of time on. Like all of these prompts, like this is it'll be timely to get this right. So what type of usage are we consuming on this model? Was it at 64? So we press about 1 or 2% per prompt. So to 2, maybe 3%. I need the max plan. Truly. Truly, I tell you this. Let's make the title sectioning consistent across all the prompts. There's a little bit of a discrepancy right now. Like there's a section that says your role in this step in prompt 2, but that section title doesn't even exist in prompt 1. So what I want to do is establish essentially like a template for all the prompts. So the first section will be your role in this step. The second section will be input you receive. The third section will be output you must produce. And then we will go on after that. Sorry, hold on. I'm just noticing here something weird happened to this markdown here. So inside of the system prompt, for some reason, part of it is in a markdown and then the rest of it is not. I think it's because it's too long. Can you just make it so it's not in a markdown at all? It can just be like raw text and just leave the title as system prompt. So anyways, continuing on here. The next title should be how to read each input. And then I'm thinking maybe the next section after that should be how to write each output. And then pack-wide rules we definitely need as another section. And then the examples we definitely need. And then the ones that I'm not 100% sure on are going to be the other two, which are, hold on, let me just scroll up. 1 second. So the two remaining sections that I didn't explicitly mention there are what this step prepares for, and the other one was why this bounded read matters for later supplementation. So those sound a little bit redundant. They can probably be combined into one section. Something along the lines of like what this is setting up for the next prompt, basically, for the next step. That can probably be the last section after examples. So let's make this a uniform structure across all the prompts. So make prompt 1 reflect this structure as well. And then, yeah, the other thing I want you to do is make it so the actual prompts are not written inside of markdown blocks inside of the plan file because the prompts are too long to fit inside of one markdown block. So it's breaking that structure. So it looks weird to read. So just leave the title as system prompt and then write everything else, just in like the regular version. You don't need to put it inside a markdown file. It seems like it's still maintaining the right shape even outside of the markdown file, like for the coded examples. Yeah, so let's just do that. Unless there's a way where you can fit all of this in a markdown file. Not in a markdown file, in a markdown box inside of the plan file. And not have it like expand outside of the region of that box. But I don't think that's possible because there's a set limit of characters, I believe, that can be inside of those markdown boxes. But if you can do it, let me know. What is this song called? It's just the fucking beginning, motherfuckers. This one. Hold on, let me let this prompt run. I'm gonna go get something. Already. Okay. Let's go look. Okay, let's just check these for consistency. So input, output, how to read each input. There now should be a section for how to write each output. Um, Seems like it missed the looks terrible now, like not being in Markdown files. It looks pretty terrible now, not being in Markdown files. Let's put them in Markdown files, but let's like do chunks. You know what I mean? So like, um, when a Markdown file is gonna run out, like pick a good spot to essentially start a new Markdown file to continue the prompt. Um, so basically what I mean by pick a good spot is like don't like truncate the Markdown file like halfway through an example or something. Like pick a good place to essentially continue the prompt in another Markdown file. And then other than that, the other thing I noticed that might be missing is so we have, hold on, I'm just scrolling down. I think we have the how to read inputs sections. So yeah, how to read each input, we have that. But what I don't think we have is how to write each output in prompt one. We have it in prompt two here, but in prompt one, I don't think I saw it. Um, Other than that, though, it looks pretty consistent across the two prompts. So yeah, make those changes, and then I'm gonna redo prompt one and prompt two, and then make sure that we're in the right spot, and then we'll continue after that. So okay, yeah, much better. Now I can actually read it without losing my mind. This should get uh, it'll be just a string inside of the actual code base. So the way it's structured in here doesn't matter too much. It's more for readability. So input. This is now a lot better. I don't know how long processing inputs is gonna take. It might be like in the 5 to 10 second range. Um, Eventually this will become a matter of how do we make this all happen faster, but for now let's just worry about can we make it happen at all? Is this prompt 2? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because like this is a lot for a prompt 1. It's just an intake gate. Okay, prompt 1 is good. Okay, good. Okay, output you must produce. This is where okay, so I'm looking at prompt 2 now, and one thing that I want to be clear on is whether this output shape is essentially a potential like list of this JSON structure. Because like for example, there could be multiple dialogue resolution candidates. Um, and would that be like an internal list to this array of dialogue resolution candidates? Or is it a separate entry for the entire like block from like context red all the way down to unresolved? Like, is it an entire block? Is its own entry as a list for like different sections of the input, or how are we actually handling like multiple types of input in one utterance in this section, right? Because the North Star accounts for the ability to do essentially multiple things all at once. And we need to make sure that this prompt layer is reflecting that. So, yeah, refer to the North Star for what I'm talking about and make sure everything across the prompts we've designed so far accounts for this multi-turn type of um, handling where like you can have different things going on within one utterance, like multiple dialogues, like multiple memory links across different rows for, different sections of the utterance might have memory links with different previous rows, things like that. So yeah, check all of that out. I'm looking at prompt one as well, and I think prompt one doesn't need this type of consideration because this is basically just is the it's just an intake gate, right? Like is the user's utterance understandable basically, so we don't need to do that type of detailing in prompt one, but for prompt two, that's when it does start mattering, where essentially the LLM needs to start parsing and mapping these outputs based on like sections of the user input and how they relate to, across different rows or whatever it may be. So yeah, we just need to explicitly make sure that's accounted for and then also provide the instructions as to how to handle that. And then we need examples that would reflect those cases as well if they don't already exist. Basically, what I'm getting at is so far there's nothing in the prompts that helps the LLM understand how to handle like the nature of multiple different types of like actions that need to be taken across one utterance. Okay, so they're each of them are now arrays, so okay, good. That's what it's supposed to be. So yeah, this why is this not an array though? So okay, it looks better now. I see you basically made an array for all of the sections on the output except for the context red section, meaning I guess you're planning to just keep one entry in the context red part, um, which I don't completely understand because how are we actually explicitly mapping, um, like the different, for example, resolution channels to like a specific input segment, for example, or a specific dialogue resolution candidate. Like it seems like there's a bit of a gap between context red and the rest of it. Like I see within input segments how we have like a clear map between the segment ID and then, everything like that. But and we even have like resolution channel inside of there. So I'm not totally understanding what this outer context red section is accomplishing. It seems like right because we don't want to like apply like like an entire utterance like context label like it's per thing, right? Like so for the input segment, for the dialogue resolution candidate, for each of these things, we basically need like, the type of thing that's going on. So the way it's structured right now doesn't feel like it's fitting together well. Um like basically what it should be is it should be like from the user input in each section, what part of that input is evidence for this section's like breakdown, right? Like, so if there's a schedule context candidate, it should have that entry for like, the segment from which it came. I'm not sure what's this candidate ID here. Um, uh, oh, I see. That's how you're mapping to input segment schedule context candidate ID. I think you're creating some sort of map there. Yeah, so I need you to just give me a full breakdown of what's actually going on inside of this output structure. Clarify it for me and make sure it's actually reflecting a clear way that the system is supposed to work. So what I'm thinking is we can pretty much just entirely get rid of the context red section at the top. It seems like that's like very easily understandable from what exists elsewhere in the output structure. Like you don't need to restate that the overall resolution channel is mixed. Like it's obviously mixed, right? Because there's multiple sections below being filled in, and then the overall context status, like being strong, that's already captured across like the individualized parts. The only thing worth keeping here is maybe the overall utterance, like the actual raw text. So there's a like a clear mapping of how the raw text mapped to each specific entry. That makes more sense, I think. So yeah, make that change, and then let's make sure all the examples reflect this. Not all the examples, but like we need to have some examples that do show this multi-processing functionality, and it should account for like the different edge cases that we came up with in the North Star. So the LLM clearly knows how to handle each of those cases. And then I'll go through this entire prompt from the beginning, and then we'll see what we think after that. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and implement that. Gonna let it go. Ooh. So fucked how quick it eats this shit. So I'm gonna go back to 5.4 now that we have this structure, and then hopefully it can just follow this structure. Okay, let's see. Very strong now. So this is redundant, right? Do you need both? So this is like saying, here's what the segment maps to, and now here's the actual mapping, I think. Something like that. I'm anticipating that this is gonna run pretty slow in practice, but I don't see like a workaround. And then also the cost of running these types of prompts. Let's see. Like it's, I don't know, it's not that crazy. Like, I don't know. We're gonna see. This is an important step. Like this will carry a lot of the context because like in the future, because it's all in one chat, it already has the context. So the next prompt should get smaller. Like it doesn't need to re-explain all of this. So dialogue resolution, memory linked, schedule, template. Okay, everything is looking good now. The only thing it feels like might be missing is the input capture row, right? Unless input segments is what is accounting for that. Actually, I think that's what's going on here. So the input segments is saying this is how it maps to the input capture. Then the dialogue resolution candidates is essentially breaking down that entry for dialogue resolution candidate IDs inside of the input capture. Same thing for memory link candidates. And then the schedule context candidates and template context candidates are, I think, still actually on the input capture side, right? And these are just essentially breaking down whatever was picked up inside of the input segments part. Is it something like that? So basically, it's like input segment basically marks down if like what section, like what segment maps to these potential things, like whether it's dialogue, memory link, schedule, or template, and then um, through some sort of like index mapping, like the dialogue resolution candidates will link back and like further expand on how that mapping actually relates to the input segment. Is that like the correct understanding? I think that's what I think that's what we got going on here. Yes, yes, I know. Yeah, I understand. I think we're in a pretty strong place then. At least as far as I've read in the output you must produce section. So let me continue down and then I'll check through all the worked examples and everything, but I think we're in a pretty strong spot now. I do have one area of concern or potential questioning. Um, because these prompts are getting pretty like heavy, I guess, or I'm not even sure if they would be considered heavy. I'm just wondering like how long a user input would take to process, given that it has to do all these things. I recognize that prompt two is definitely going to be like on the heavier side out of all of the prompts because this is the one that sets the stage essentially and gives all of the understanding about what's going on inside of the pack. And then later prompts, since they're all within the same chat, like prompts 2 to 9 are all like essentially sharing context. The future prompts can become a lot similar because they can just reference this older context. But yeah, I'm just wondering, how do you think this will perform in terms of like token usage, speed to process user utterances, and then like walk through the entire prompt tree essentially? Okay, let's keep going. it's very strong now. It'll probably work. I don't know how fast it is or efficient, but it will work. I wish there was one other person in the world that actually understood what's going on here so I could talk to them about it, other than a robot. The only other person alive that understands this is my pet robot. Just so I could, like, essentially get a confirmation or, like, a second opinion that's human, but that person doesn't exist, so. So these should now be sufficient as just like further descriptors. So I read these already, so I don't need to read them again. So this is where I stop, so schedule summaries. Okay, so I'm back down now to the schedule summaries section, and we basically need to figure out if we need to add more detailing the same way we did to the memory link chains as well as the open dialog hosts. Um, yeah, let me know what you think. I'm gonna read through schedule summaries now, but let me know if you think we should be thickening these up a little bit. I guess the same thing would apply for activity template aliases and rollups as well. I want to get through hopefully this entire prompt using 5.5 because it's doing very well. And then I'm going to switch to auto after and basically just say refer to the structure here, and it should be able to do it at that point. Okay, go ahead and make that pass for the remaining sections for schedule summaries, activity template aliases, and rollups, and then I'll read through them and I'll let you know where we stand. Wonder how, let me check in on this guy quick. See how he's doing. So he's still...
Base 44 super agents. Careful, there's no going back.
From what I remember, hold on, let me see his revenue. Where is his? So he's starting to take his thing in the right direction. So it's starting to feel more fun now, which I think that was a big part of what was missing from his product. Like this smarter to like dumber scale, basically, for in a way. Yeah, so I need to see his how do I just open the actual playlist? For the beautiful
better get lawyer money, better get some sick soy money, running around.
So he had a big jump here where he basically doubled his revenue in about a week. And he's now more stably growing. Okay, so it basically went from nothing to... It went from 3 to 30K in one day. And then about another 40 days later, it doubled again. So yeah, it really is like an exponential type of curve in software, where it's extremely slow and then you have big leaps. You know, whether some sort of marketing campaign stuck or somebody, you know, posted about it or whatever, usually drives big production. And I'm actually interested to see what he's got going on here right now.
Better get some sick soy money, running around like it's one of and you ain't looking like you a fall. Bro, trying to do it with the airtime. I laugh about it.
All right, how's it going, chat? We are back, and oh my, we have a doozy today. I just purchased my third Claude Max subscription, and today we're going to be letting it rip. Bridgemind, as you guys can see, has finally broke through 200,000. This is a huge milestone. It feels great. Thank you guys for being here. But you guys playing and you're testing out it. What's up to everybody trading? Thanks. But why not just
so
buy
this
another
idea
Max
he has,
like at the place that we're at today,
Bridgemind is a strong idea, similar to an idea I have actually.
Look at the MRR. We have a
It's
payout
not quite
expected
as
on
developed.
June
That was
1st
his
for 2 days.
idea,
If you
but
guys didn't know, look at this. So this is the Stripe dashboard. Yesterday I made $2,500. Today so far we've made $1,600. We have a payout expected on June 1st for $2,400. Let's go take a look at the MRR and see where we're at. So the MRR is currently at 16,691. We have 593 active subscribers. It's incredible. So thank you guys so much for. How do you use 3 accounts at the same time, or do you switch them when you hit a limit? Yeah, it's here.
So what I want to see
using
$100,000 for
is just
first
in general
place.
what
$1
is
million in total prizes.
Bridge Space. They're reporting the following bugs. I need you to review the. And a lot of people like are hating on Claude right now. Like I see people like gonna be a big piece of functionality. Shout out to Mute the App. Shout out to everybody that basically was asking for this feature, because I totally agree with you. It's a much needed feature in Bridge Space. Syed said nice. Let's go. Gonna be a terminal that has an agent closed. Coding agent sessions that we had open when Bridge Space was closed. If we close an agent, or we close the terminal that has an agent in it, it should not be resumable ever again. I need you to review the functionality associated with this and pinpoint the cause of this bug and then fix it accordingly. Okay, so this functionality, a lot of people have been asking for it, and
yeah, that's something simple. It's basically
Opus
like my
4.7
design.
Max
So I basically
outperformed-
have I basically built what this guy built in a repo instead of an actual IDE. Like my repo basically does exactly what his thing does. So I completely understand what he's getting at here. Like I have basically like how I implement what he's talking about is this. It's like there's feature streams basically. And this keeps track of what chat is doing what, and streams get paused, queued, like terminated. So I completely understand what he's talking about. I think the main gap between what he has built now and what I have built now, obviously his is more developed than mine in terms of he actually has an IDE with different terminals where you can run multiple agents. I'm operating in Cursor, basically doing the same thing, whereas his is his own Cursor, basically, that supports that like parallel processing functionality. The main gap, though, still in this type of idea is like, yes, you want to do things by voice and talk and explain, but there are some things where like on Figma, the way they have like you can draw pictures essentially and translate those pictures into the code. For certain things, that's like way better than speaking in natural language. Like if you could just design a page and by like say the UI, for example, you could just design a page by dropping in like logos and like animation functions between pages, and like it could turn like that Figma design into actual executable code. Like there's certain things that are done better than via voice. Like UI is the main obvious one to me. Like I think all the backend stuff is better by voice, but what you still want to see is basically a visual map. Like what's missing from like this type of vibe coding where like you're just using voice is there's no picture to see what you've actually done, right? Like there's no like flow chart, there's no like visual map to, you know, check your understanding. So like for example, say you're designing some sort of backend process, right? Like you want to see like a picture of the data tables, the columns in the data tables, the fields within those columns, like arrows showing how these things get transferred between columns during different processes. Like there should basically be a way to convert natural language to code, but also like code to like diagrams, right? So like the same way we have like an LLM for English to code, we need essentially, instead of a large language model, it would be like a large like an LDM, a large diagram model that turns like diagrams into code. And then like essentially like if you can turn like diagrams into code and you can turn language into code, that means the language and diagrams are essentially mappable as well, right? So there needs to be some sort of bridge between language and visualization. So if I'm speaking in English, designing like a backend, I want to see a diagram, right? And whether that visualization is a map from the code to the diagram or the language to the diagram, I'm not sure. But I know personally for me, like while I'm developing, it's like to keep track of all of what you're doing in just plain text is one, very difficult because you have to have a very good working memory and be able to like track multiple variables simultaneously and keep track of a lot of systems and like really understand what's going on and do all of that without a picture, right? And it's just text. If you added that visual element, I think it would one, make it a lot easier, but the more important thing is that it would make it more efficient. So I think that's another like big step in this vibe coding space, is being able to show some sort of visual mapping that connects basically what the language mapping is doing. So like the way language maps to coding, we need a visual map as well. And I think that's the main thing, like this idea in general is missing. And like eventually this is something I want to make. Like I do want to make my own IDE with like essentially what he has here, like a similar idea.
Vibe Coding 101 Part 3.
But with this additional layer on top of it. And I think that's what will really be another big jump in terms of coding, because yeah, it essentially turns it from an entirely like an entire like verbal process into a visual process as well, which anytime you have multiple modes of understanding, it boosts efficiency. And yeah, just things make a lot more sense. So anyways, let's keep going. Just a little sidetrack. Okay, so one thing to note here is this mixed value inside of resolution channel, right? Like it should never be mixed, right? Because mixed essentially comes from when you have multiple mappings to the same ID across different sections, right? Like if there's a schedule context that maps to a segment, and then also like a being link, or like a template link, whatever, that maps to that section, that's where the mixed gets interpreted from. So you would never actually have mixed within a section. So let me scroll up to the output you must produce section and just take a look here. So the resolution channel, I'm trying to think here. So for input segments can have mixed, right? I think that makes sense. But then within each specific breakdowns, okay, I see. So you were leaving mixed for the input segment. I see. So it's mixed when it does multiple things, and the only time we're actually recording resolution channel is on the input segment section. So yeah, so now that I'm looking at the memory link candidate section though, I see there is another link reason. So sorry, that's the link reason candidate, not okay, so I think we're on the same page here. Can you just confirm what I'm understanding here and make sure we're on the same page? Okay, yeah. The one thing inside of the schedule summaries section is regarding where you're talking about how a named activity or alias can use same day schedule summaries to find a likely active segment. That is true, but I thought the way I designed it, if you go look back in the North Star, is that this is actually handled in a later layer, like once the input is actually persisted and recorded and gets the activity segment written, then sorry, the alias written, then it would do something like in the mapping to the deliverable layer. But I thought at the entry pack level that we didn't even include the alias in the entry pack. So that's not something that can be happening, I don't think, at this point. Just check and make sure. Yeah, go ahead and make that change. schedules looks good. Looks good for now. Testing will reveal any gaps, but seems pretty strong. Yeah, let me read rollups. What is this referring to? So this is a part of the input. Okay. Okay. I'm not Millsy. Thank you for the follow. You've come at a time where we're not building. We are doing a lot of planning work right now. Doing a lot of reading. Constructing some prompts. 07. What's that mean? Nice. What are you working on? Oh, I see. Because I don't have I don't know if it actually translates to like an emote or whatever, but I get it. I see. It's a salute guy. I see. Got you. That's one of the few things I probably don't know about these types of things. Nice. Like you mean like some sort of development environment, like kind of like Cursor or something? Is that what you mean? Something like that? If you want to check out, there's a guy called there's basically a guy who built what you're talking about. It's similar to an idea I have. I actually built something similar as well, which I'm actually working on right now. Like it's a part of this repo. But if you go look at this guy, you'll see what I mean. Oh, I don't have my. I see, I see. It's a good idea. This is another guy if you should take a look at. I have like the thing that he's building or has built already. It's basically I built something very similar. Like not as mature of a product. I have it like basically in terms of text prompts, essentially accomplishing the same thing, and then I have like another idea on top of it. But I'm building something else first because I don't think it's a very involved project to build that thing that I want to build later. So I'm gonna build this for now. But yeah, I think it's a good space to be in. Like 3D software, like for people who are making video games or just doing animations, like whatever. Because I think like me personally, I eventually want to at some point in my life make a game, and I know for sure I want to be able to vibe code the part that involves doing graphics and stuff like that. So basically, what you're talking about. Have I tried open code? No, I have not. No. It's good. What's the difference between that and like Cursor or whatever? Like just using VS Code with the LLMs. I see, I see. Have you tried Cursor? Like, do you know which one you prefer, or you basically just use open code? And you mean by TUI, you mean terminal? Is that what you mean? Or is TUI stand for something else? Yeah, like should be a terminal, right? I can't think of what else it would mean. Can you speak to it, just in natural language, like the same way you can in Cursor, kind of thing? Okay, one thing I'm noticing here, I'm looking in the compound utterance rules under how to write each output. And I'm just noticing that it's mentioning things like being and action being tightly coupled. And obviously we know what that means because we're referencing the North Star, but up until this point, that has not been defined. So what I'm thinking is here in section 2, we may need like a top level section that just gives a very like high level rundown of, you know, what's going on inside of the data structure. So when we reference it later, it's not like wondering what things mean. That would make this first like prompt number 2 more dense. But I'm just wondering if that is something that we need and should include, like basically like paint the full picture for the LLM at the start of prompt 2 and kind of give definitions of the important things that are going to get referenced. So it just can keep track of like the overall workflow and what things mean. What do you think about that? Yeah, Cursor is very expensive. I heard Codex is very good though. Yeah, anti-gravity, I've heard bad things. I've heard Codex and Cursor basically are the best two. Like you either want to use Codex, Cursor, or you just want to be right inside of VS Code with the LLMs. Like paid plans for the LLMs, and you just um, set them up inside of VS Code, and then you just use them as if it's Cursor basically. Because that's basically what Cursor is, right? Cursor is basically VS Code with all the different LLMs, but yeah, Cursor is expensive. But for me, like the token use is not really an issue at this point, so I'm just going. And I find the auto is actually pretty good on Cursor now. Like I'm about to run out of usage on this specific API selection on this plan. I have multiple plans running, but on this plan, like I'm about to run out of the specific API usage. Like here I'm using 5.5 because I'm trying to get like one of these prompts done really well. So when I go over to use the auto can essentially just reference that and it's a lot cheaper and it has like a good reference to refer to. Yeah, I'll definitely check out I'll check out open code for sure. If you're curious at all, what I'm building is basically something like this. Schedule a meeting with Millsy at 2. So the idea is basically the way like schedulers work right now is they don't support natural language and they do really weird things with like the way they use templates. Like they force clock times being associated with reusable things, which is not really how humans operate. So this is designed to essentially make the scheduling element a lot more seamless and more natural. So here, for example, it was able to like attempt to draw a schedule here, but it did two things. So it's telling me that it inferred the time because I didn't say AM or PM. So if I wanted to, I could swap it here. And then it also doesn't know how long the meeting is. So in order to actually draw the schedule, it's asking me for that. So it should be like a 30-minute meeting. So this is like the first layer of the product. And then really though, what we have on top of it is essentially a coaching layer where what you do now that you have a schedule is you can collect context around these scheduling events, like things like your energy level, your mood, like what time you actually executed versus when you plan to do it, like all those different types of things. And then basically when we collect this data in a nice structured way, the LLMs can reason over it and essentially then start to help optimize your life and predictively give you schedules without you having to schedule them yourself anymore. So it's like a smart schedule with an optimization coaching layer on top of it. And then we also plug into it toolkits, which are basically like life domain specific things that would go on top of the scheduler. So like for example, say you wanted to like have a fitness routine or whatever, there's a fitness toolkit that would have like all your workouts planned with like your reusable routines. It would be tracking your workouts, the weights you've been lifting, like your meal plans, calories, tracking your weight gain, like all the things that would go into a fitness app essentially. And the idea is we're integrating it all in this one natural language place with a essentially a coach that can integrate across all of this context and help optimize your life for you. So that's basically the idea. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's hard to build to get it to work right. But I think if the idea, as the way I just described it to you, actually works that way, um, I think it's a very good idea. UI verse, no, I've never heard of it. What is it? Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, because one thing that I've definitely noticed is if you're not like really good at prompting regarding UI, the LLMs don't do as well as like more like button clicky type of UI generating things because you have more like fine detailed control. So like doing UI by voice is actually like a very difficult skill. Like you need to be very good at what you need to say in order to get what you want. So I've been looking at potentially looking at something like that, but I have a pretty good skill set now in terms of knowing what to say in order to get the UI result that I want. Um, but yeah, I'll look into it. So UI versus open code and UI verse, those are the two things I gotta look at. Yeah, yeah, those types of things look good. Everyone has their own flavor, you know? So funny. Yeah, LLMs do crazy things. Okay, let me see what is added here. Good boy EIY. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, definitely. I actually have an OnlyFans if you want to subscribe. It's not free though, obviously. You gotta pay for that, man. Sorry. My Willy is quite expensive. Very valuable Willy. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, it's very easy to see. Like, I think like what vibe coding is right now is not what it will actually mature into. Like this whole lovable, like just like prompt it one time and build it in one shot thing is like a load of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not how it works. You're never gonna actually build anything good doing it like that. Okay, let me read what this added here. Yeah, basically we don't want to write the entirety of the North Star inside of the prompt, but what we need is per prompt, anything that gets mentioned that is relevant to be mentioned and needed in terms of the context to understand how to reach the ultimate functionality does need to be explicitly mentioned. So let's add that to prompt number 2 now. Any section that needs a section like this should go immediately after your role in this step before the input you receive section. I need to go make more coffee. Let me let this run. I'm gonna go make coffee. If any of you are gone when I get back, thanks for tuning in. I'm here every single day, and I'll be here every single day until I'm a quadrillionaire. So, if you're gone, I'll see you another time. If not, I'll see you when I get back. This is good. This is good. Okay, I think that's strong. Let's leave it like that for now. See how it performs once we build it. Read all this already. How this here. Okay, let me read this whole section again because this is like big part of the bread and butter here. So I'm noticing long term, like we're gonna need one more gating before this prompt step, which is basically which route are we going down? Like, is it a scheduling template type of action? Is it like a go in the fitness toolkit type of action? Because you don't want it to read all of this every time when it's not a related prompt. But for now, because all we're designing is the schedule part, we can leave it like this for now just to test it. But we will need a prompt essentially before this. Or it should be a part of the first prompt one should be the intake gate, and then this is basically if there is like some sort of mapping to schedules or templates, it goes down this route. And then we just build different routes essentially for the different types of functionality. The other option is you just include everything all in this one route, which at this level might be fine, but the deeper you get in these prompts is probably where you would split the routes. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it mentioned about how to structure the array for scheduling and templates, but not, sorry, for memory links and dialogues, but not Let me see. Okay, so in the compound utterance rules, where you detail that multiple dialogue candidates belong in the same array, same for memory links, you basically just didn't give that instruction for the schedule and template cases. Basically, it should just be one rule that for anything that isn't the top row, which is, sorry, not top row, the top entry, which is, I'm just scrolling up to it, context red. So basically for input segments, dialogue resolution candidates, memory link candidates, schedule context candidates, and template context candidates, they should all be, appended entries in the array, and that should be very clear in the multiple utterance rules section. Here. Yeah. And then the example should show this, so let's keep going now. strong. Okay, so we are at the example section now. Everything up until here looks pretty strong. Basically need to decide, do we take a break right now to give the brain a little breather? Don't think I want to take a break right now. I'm just gonna sit for like 5 minutes here and chill, let my brain cool off for a second, and then I'm just gonna start again in about 5 minutes. Re-up on my blood caffeine levels.
You know the beats we were playing BC? Oh shit. Big five brothers like you did. Oh my god. Use my signal. Or she used my signal. I'm not gonna lie, the AGS T-Mobile was kind of clean too. Like I was like an AGS T-Mobile and those ticks, okay. So we took the AGS, took T-Mobile, took Spec Far. I mean, respect. It's fine, you did well, but I did. Big five brothers like you did well. VTuber playing. Do you know the Bible says many Christians have big faith in Jesus? Only to realize they didn't. You can rent for 1% of what your price is. You got a good deal. You buy something for $80,000, and you can rent it for 1%, $800 a month. That is a no-brainer deal. That deal is going to work. The 1% rule says it's $800 to rent. And you're paying $80,000. As long as you know the limits. You can rent for 1%. Do you watch RuneScape? Oh, I watch it. I don't like PvP. I've been a big hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Neither do we. But I love watching PvP fights and the people that are actually good at it. It's like watching a symphony being played, the way they prayer click and everything. Who are those that are the good PvP? Oh, is this going to get me in the hot water? I think stuff like these days, but I still watch a lot of the best. Like, I still watch some of the classes. That's really fun. Do you watch RuneScape? These featherweights don't understand. Until they get hit by me, it's a whole other ball game when they get hit by me. So I said I'd knock him out in the first round, and I knocked him out in the first round. You can call me Mystic, like, because I predict these things. 6 seconds. These featherweights don't. Wait, you saw thoughts when you're. Invest, don't trade. Invest for the long term, i.e., markets are challenged, don't get squeezed, stay in there. If you're not a professional, have someone professionally manage your money. Don't get involved in investment hobbies, as I like to say. Investment hobbies are generally not profitable. So get invested early. Stay invested through all periods, regardless of where the market is at that point. And ask someone to do it who does it for a living. Invest. You should do anything now. Like, don't eat out, don't go drinking, don't go partying. Rice and beans, nothing. If you want to make $100,000, you should live like crap until you hit your goal. The way we sound it, like, yeah. You should have nothing nice. You should buy everything used. Yes. Don't do anything. If you're an unmarried man, if you're unmarried, yeah, don't have sex. Yes. Yeah. I don't care if you make $1 million. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Burnout is not a real thing. You're not burnout. You don't need medication. You don't have depression. You don't have some bipolar, OCDC, ADD, ADHD issue. Okay, you don't have any of that.
True.
By the way, you don't have dyslexia. You just never learned to read. Not burnout. Don't have that problem. Get re-engaged. Light the fire back. Back up. Get around some other people that aren't burnt out, by the way. Maybe you're hanging around a bunch of people that are burnt out from telling you that you're burnt out. Oh, you look tired, John. John, when's enough enough? See, the other reason people get burnt out is they're around a bunch of people that are burnt out. Burn out, losers, quitters, spectators. Okay, they've been sidelined. You listen to a bunch of people around you that are envious of your energy and your passion to go out and drive and hammer and push and shove. Family members, friends, people that I hung out with. Well, why are you working so hard, bro? Why are you so interested in why I work so hard? I like work. I haven't given myself excuses. Give myself a reason to go to work, to be excited, to go make a difference. You're not burnt out, you're a quitter. Burnout is not a real thing.
True. Okay, let's go. We're 1 minute late. We gotta make that minute back. So this is saying we have open dialogues. It's awaiting a duration to gym. 2 hours, so we should be filling that in. So duration fragment. So the dialogue candidate link will get linked to segment 1, the target version ID. So this is what it's linking to. This is the name of the link. This is what we're linking. This is what we're linking to. This is why we're linking. This is how certain it is, and this is why. Yeah, that's good. So this is the most simple dialogue state case. Yeah. Memory link continuation. So here we have our recent capture row saying block 9 to 11, and then that's deep work. It would form a memory link as well as cap 2. So it wants to form a memory link. Hold on, that's not right. Memory link chain, I don't think should be on the input side. So it's not, it didn't quite understand this, I'm noticing. Okay, so example 1 looks good. I'm looking at example 2 now. And basically what I'm noticing is we have, on the input side, we have a memory link chain, which is fine when there actually is a memory link chain. But in example 2, the memory link would get established on the newly written row to the input capture layer. It wouldn't exist on the row that contains the entry. I'm just scrolling back down 1 second. It wouldn't be on the row that contains the entry that says block 9 to 11 tomorrow. That wouldn't establish a memory link on that row. The memory link would be on the row that says that's deep work, and it would point back to cap 2. So here in the baseline pack, there actually wouldn't be a memory link chain, I don't think, unless the idea is that you're saying we think that from this pack we could establish a memory link on that row. If that's what memory link chains is getting at, then that's a different story. But if you're explicitly saying there is a memory link right now on the cap 2 row, that says essentially block 9 to 11, that would not be the case. So I just want to clear that up and get some alignment and make sure that we understand what's going on here. I don't think example 1 had the same issue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. My intuition was that there should be no memory link chain on the input side of example 2. This memory link chain should only be there when a row inside of the pack already has an existing memory link. Like, let's say this stats deep work was a part of the memory pack, right? Then there would be an entry for that row that had a living memory link chain, right? Which is basically saying if you're connecting to the that's deep work row, then you're also connecting back as well to the block 9 to 11 tomorrow row. So let's update example 2 to make sure we have that corrected. Okay, let's see. Okay, that looks good. C2A. So we have these two recent rows, and then we say GMAT 5, the memory link. Okay, so the same memory link chain issue exists in example 2A. Let's update all of the examples so we never have a memory link chain on the input side when there shouldn't be one. We should only have memory link chains when we're pointing to a row in the pack that has already established a memory link. I'm probably close to capping this usage here. Yeah. Let me switch to 5.4 now. See how much I can get out of this.
And you said that when you approach this, values sell original defense, a lot of services, content, content. You actually now I joined your own defense just to see yourself in time. And it's interesting. So we have the fact that it's a lot of some projects. To get closer to this day, I feel like this more private exclusive stuff they get away from, right? So
Mr. Samro, what's up?
Oh,
Hell
shit.
yeah.
Listen,
How's it going?
how are you? How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
Good,
I'm
yeah.
just thinking about you. I thought you were call. What you up to nowadays?
I'm working on software. I'm doing what I said I was gonna do.
Yeah? How's
Yeah.
it going on?
Amazing, man. Amazing. Yeah.
Are
It's going.
are you almost done or a little bit longer?
It's getting there, honestly. Like, I wouldn't say it's almost done strong. You never know how long these things take, but I would say we're in the ballpark of like a month or two away from something sellable.
Let's fucking go, bro.
And yeah, it's going
Good
well.
shit.
Yeah. What about you? How's everything
That's
going?
what you want.
Thank you.
Just going.
I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada. It's amazing. It's the best place on earth. No, not yet. No, not yet. Not yet. No, there. Yeah. So I'm doing that for now. That's the plan for now until I start making a bunch of money doing this. But what I'm making is actually like, so remember when I initially left, I was gonna make something more targeted towards what you guys are doing, and it was gonna be like a sales kind of thing. So I transitioned away from that because it was like too specific, and I'm building something more general. When I was done building this, I actually planned on calling you and showing you, and I was gonna essentially give it to you for free to test it because I think it's something that would be super helpful for you guys. Even if it's just in your personal life, like it doesn't even have to be work related. It's something that I want you guys to try and see if it's a good fit for you guys.
So what is it like? What do you mean by
Is it-
software?
Yeah,
not
so
sales?
basically what it is, it's an operating system for your life. So like you know how like say you want to go on like Google Calendar, right, and schedule something for yourself. You have to like go in, you got to like tap to, type in your schedule box or whatever, and then like it forces you, like say you want to do like a gym routine at 5 p.m. or whatever. It'll like just put all those entries at 5 p.m. like every day moving forward, you know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever used Google Calendar. Yeah, so it's pretty terrible, honestly. So the first important part of like what we designed is basically like a way better version of that uses like natural language. So you can just talk to your phone basically in just complete natural language, and it schedules for you in like a way smarter and more seamless way. So that's the first layer. So what we build on top of that is basically like once you have like that schedule layer established, you can essentially like attach context around those schedule blocks. So for example, like what your energy level was like what your mood was like at that time, like whether you actually executed like at what time based on when you scheduled it. And then what that does essentially is it introduces like a coaching layer that helps people optimize their time management and scheduling and stuff like that. And the reason, like I was saying, I think it would be maybe a good fit for you or just like your team in general is because that's what the whole business is built around, right? Like helping people become better versions of themselves, managing their time, stuff like that. And yeah, then there's this other thing called toolkits, which goes into it. So the first one that we're building out right now is for fitness specifically. So like say you have a gym block scheduled, you can tap it and that will take you into a fitness toolkit that'll show you like your workout plan that it'll make for you. It will show you like your exercises, like the animations to do the exercises, like your full workout plan. It'll map out like how many sets and reps you need to do. So it's like this full integrated thing. And then like one of the toolkits long term that I want to develop eventually is something more on the sales side to help essentially like team leads like yourself basically like track your conversations, and then they can like say they have something scheduled like meeting with Ryan about closing objections. You record the conversations in this toolkit for sales. it'll analyze those conversations, and then you'll get a whole report basically on how that conversation went for everyone in your team. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That type
that's
of
pretty
idea.
cool, bro.
Yeah, so
What
that's
have you been?
what's
What
that?
has been putting in work? I said you've been putting in work, bro.
Yes,
I love
bro.
it.
I actually live stream like literally every day. Like I'm basically like sitting down for 16 hours straight, building this thing live. Like literally. That's basically what I'm doing.
So you're very talented too. So
Yeah. So Thailand was like two things. Like basically the first thing I wanted to do in Thailand is figure out social media and just see what works and what doesn't. And I think I figured it out pretty well. Like I know the type of content that does well now. And then also behind the scenes, I was starting to build this and stuff. So yeah, that's what I did over there. I started to figure out social media, start building it. Now I just have the social media shut off because there's nothing really to post about right now while I'm building. But I figured
Yeah.
out what I am gonna need to post once it's time to. So yeah,
I love it, bro.
that's what we're
Good
doing.
for you, bro. Just checking in, making sure we're good. So you're still doing your thing and all that. I love it, bro.
Yeah, I'm great. I actually, so I saw some Telus guys walking. I think it was literally yesterday. I saw some
No
Telus
way.
guys going door to door. I sent a picture to Steven, I think, actually. I just sent him a picture. I was like, this you or
No
some shit.
fucking way.
I
No,
literally,
no, Steven doesn't work with us anymore, right?
no way.
Sorry, guys.
I'm shocked. Really? What?
Yeah, it was like it was like maybe 2 months ago.
Really?
3 months ago.
Why? What happened?
Yeah, he just fucking, he went to like some mental spiral. Steven started tweaking out.
Yeah.
And then whatever, he went so he just got so
Really?
he kept like, okay, well, this is not something.
For this guy.
Like, he was just gonna be
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he wasn't doing well. Yeah. 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 True.
Started tweaking. I was like, I don't know why I'm happy. Yes, I understand my emotions. I
Right.
just want to be alone in a room in darkness, and then me and Kim were like, okay, this is not.
This is not our field here.
So
Yeah.
it's, you need to go like see someone, type of shit.
Yeah.
I just want to go hit the field. And like, no, you're not in the field.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not allowed to take the field, go home, figure your shit out.
Wow. Yeah. That's probably the correct thing at that point. I would say he probably does need to figure it out.
He does, yeah. He's still, like, you can't be mentally
No, you can't.
stable, but you can't be like, so,
Yeah.
to do well there. So I saw.
Wait, he's still living with you guys though?
Yeah, he's still living with us.
Oh, okay. So wait, when he stopped working, did he keep living with you, or he
No,
poofed
he
out?
disappeared.
Oh wow.
Disappeared for like a month and a half.
Holy, and then he's just like, I'm back.
So one day called me.
That's crazy. Yeah. Really? Yeah. I guess you gotta get it
now,
out.
but it's nuts. But yeah, he's not with us anymore. So
I'm in Stouffville right now, so it was you guys. Yeah, it was. Yeah, because my girlfriend, the girl I'm dating right now, lives in Stouffville, and I was at her house. I'm actually literally in Stouffville right now. Yeah, so it was. I thought it was Appia because it was a black guy like wearing like a white colorful shirt with like red and blue shit, and then there was some other guy in the back wearing like the Telus tee. Here, I'm gonna send you a picture right now.
probably Josh.
No, I'll show you. It's like a shorter black guy. Like it literally looks like Appia, but I don't think it's Appia.
It's Thomason, and he was walking with Christy, with the girl, no?
No, it's a guy. It's like a chunkier, short guy with a purple Telus tee with like I think I just sent you. Sure. I was gonna go talk to him and start pitching with them, but I was like, oh, just let him be.
So fucking funny.
Yeah.
You should have said what's up.
I should have, yeah. 'Cause I wasn't sure if they were from your office, so I just left it.
Grade school or it's not from the radio.
Crazy, unlikely, hilarious. Okay. Yeah, for sure, for sure. We'll stay in touch, get something going, and then yeah, I actually was planning on reaching out again soon. Like once I get this done, I was gonna start reaching out to you guys and see how everything is going, check in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Continue.
Yeah.
Talk
Hope
later.
hope everything's good, bro. Good luck. Take care.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're on to what was it, A? Yeah. My bad, Ava Carter. I'm good. I don't know if you're still here, but I'm good. So here, there's basically two recent rows that say this. There should be this is unresolved, essentially. And then when you say move that to 7, it should pick up that it's referring to cap 9, right? Like it should move the gym. So it's so it looks like here in example 2A, it's trying to move lunch to 7, which is wrong. Oh wait, it was cap 9. No, cap, so it's doing it wrong. Okay, so I'm looking at example 2A right now, and basically it's trying to move lunch tomorrow to 7. Like it's picking up that the memory link should be with version ID cap 10 instead of 9, which is not correct. It should be in reference to, I think, probably the gym in this scenario, because lunch tomorrow, if that was the only input regarding lunch, essentially this isn't a complete field, right? Like there's no anchor time for this and no duration unless it's like a template, which we don't know anything about at this point. We just have the raw text for lunch tomorrow from the recent capture rows. So we've completely omitted any sort of template or schedule data. So to me, what that means is this example is trying to illustrate just connecting to the most likely recent capture row that this next utterance would map to. And in this case, cap 9 is definitely the right choice, because essentially cap 10 would have an open dialog state looking for start time and duration. And then gym at 5 is already anchored and it doesn't have a duration, but you could move it to 7, right? Whereas like lunch tomorrow doesn't even have an anchor. So when you say move that, it doesn't make sense to move something that hasn't even been anchored. And also lunch doesn't happen at 7, right? Like lunch happens in the middle of the day. So the parser also needs to be smart about like those types of cues. So yeah, I think this example in 2A, it's not getting it right. Like we've said that the memory link candidate should be with cap 10, but really it should be with cap 9, as per all the reasons that I just said. Millsy, welcome back, buddy. Do you think that change makes sense? Like, is this the correct type of way that this should be handled? So now it should make the link with cap 9. Yeah. Yeah, so what we need to add now is like a generic like type of like thinking instructions in order to make these types of decisions. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is somewhere in this prompt we need some sort of like generic instructions about how to think across this output structure and how to make these different types of decisions. Obviously, the examples will illustrate like certain points, but do you think we need like an explicit section in this prompt that basically says like these are the types of things that we need to think about, and this is how we should resolve these types of things when we're thinking about them? Or do you think the document is fine already how it is? Okay, so what I want you to do is look across the entirety of the North Star and basically figure out what type of general instructions we would need in order for this section to function as per what we've already detailed. And then I want you to include that in the section that you said, which would be in the how to write each output section. It should essentially be like a reasoning instruction manual, like general principles to follow, and those should map to the North Star. I'm pretty much out of usage here on this. Like, I'm probably cracking 100% at this point. Yeah, I am. So I gotta switch to auto here after this. If this even goes through. It might automatically switch to auto, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much better 5.5 just did. We're probably gonna need like a third subscription, and then it's like 3 per month, I would say, because that's still more cost effective than one max. Which is fine. We have 3 people working, so we can all contribute one of those. Loki's starving at this point. Hold on. It looks better. It's better. Doesn't feel perfect, but it's better. So if we look at example 2a now, this makes more sense now. The one thing is it shouldn't So the one question I have right now is in example 2a, we essentially have two memory link candidates where one is clearly a stronger match, which you have correctly indicated via the value for strength being strong versus weak. Is it going to be the case where a downstream prompt essentially is going to handle which one to pick, right? Because it can't pick multiple, right? Like you can't have. Actually, I mean, I guess you could establish memory links to multiple candidates. That is possible, and I guess it's just going to be the case that a later downstream prompt is going to handle deciding if a memory link should actually be established. This is essentially just picking candidates. In this case, I think it's fine, I guess, to have like a strong and weak case, and then basically this is a record of like, say the user did actually want to move the lunch instead of the gym. In like a follow-up prompt, they could say like, no, actually, I wanted to move the lunch to 7, not the gym or whatever, you know, something like that. So yeah, let me just know what you think about that so we can get aligned. Okay, and in the case where the user actually did say they wanted to move the lunch instead of the gym in this case, and then like let's say a downstream deliverable like move the gym instead of the lunch, this follow-up utterance of no, actually I meant move the lunch would have to essentially undo what it did to the gym as well as then move the lunch. So that's just something to keep track of that we will need to handle later, I guess, on the deliverable side, and how to account for these types of situations. I need some fucking like more crazy shit in my ears right now. I need this shit to get fucky. Like, really fucky. Yeah, so I want you to just add a short section here somewhere in this like LLM prompts file that will keep track of like layer context we need to account for and other prompts, as well as what we'll need to account for when we do a merge back with the North Star. If like any stale context in there would need to be updated so that it matches what we're actually executing now in these prompts. So go ahead and build that section out, and then include what we just talked about. Yeah, to the next example. Yeah, so this one knows for sure it's referring to Cap9. Yeah, so in example 2b, the memory link candidate definitely should not recommend a link to Cap20 because it's very explicitly talking about the gym session, so there would never be a memory link to anything other than the gym session previous utterance. In example 2a, there would be a case where there could be a link to the other thing, but in this case, it's very explicitly not the case. So it should have removed the memory link now in this example. Yeah, okay, that's good. Let's go to the example 3. So here the example is about the active surface potentially doing something. So the active segment is whatever this is. So the segment is I see, one of the segments within the schedule date. So the point it's making is that the schedule summary has an active segment. I don't know if I like this example though, because this is not really what's going on. Like it would have to be that this was in the most recent row. So for example 3, the only way that this link would be established as per what we defined in the North Star would be the case where the previous utterance, like the most recent row, established this active segment. and then move that to 7 would explicitly be relating to that most recent input capture. But if it's this generic move that to 7 case, if it doesn't explicitly map to the most recent input capture row being an active segment, then it wouldn't make a link because it wouldn't know what it's referring to, right? So we just need to be clear that that's what's going on in this specific example. Like, it needs to be clear that this is from the most recent input capture row, and then that means that in move that to 7 is explicitly referring to the thing that just got drawn. The case where this doesn't work is when there are multiple segments added in the most recent row, and then again in that case it wouldn't know what that is referring to because there's multiple segments that it could be referring to. So the rule is anytime it's this generic move that type of language, there should only be one active segment that got scheduled in the most recent input capture row. And then in order to illustrate this example correctly, in the baseline pack, I see that you're showing the schedule summaries here, but probably you would need to show the nature of the input capture side of things as well, so the LLM can fully understand how this actually works. Okay, so let's look here. So that chapter 1 active segment. So here, let's see. So the recent capture rows is basically saying it drew something in schedule state of action. And then in schedule summaries, here's the segment that maps to that. And now when you say move that to 7, it knows that it's referring to this. And that only works when there's one active segment from the previous row. Otherwise, it can't resolve what that is referring to. And in that case, it should throw like the unmappable case and then make the user explicitly state what it is that they want to move. So here, let's see. Yeah, so that's good. Now let's see in example 3a here when it should fail. So yeah, here they map two different schedule blocks. So now when you say that, there is no, yeah. Okay, so example 3 and 3a illustrate what we want it to perfectly now. Basically, I want to add to that context appending section that we just added recently regarding like things that we're going to need to account for in later prompts. Basically, this should throw an unmappable path with a very specific type of like prompt back to the user, saying like something along the lines of like which of those like activities that you schedule do you want to move, right? So like the idea is like depending on the type of unmappability, the user should be able to get a nice targeted response that clearly identifies why we weren't able to do what they asked for. So that's something we need to account for. And basically like in the downstream prompts, we're going to build like continuations of these examples as to how the output should respond on like the LLM output side when they're actually communicating back with the user in like the downstream prompts. So let's add that understanding to the the section where we're building the context for later use, and then as well as like for merging back with the North Star. Basically what we want is like for each of these examples here, we want like the full work through of what happens along every step. So the LLM can follow like, okay, it was this case, here's what I do along each step of this example, if it's this type of thing. Otherwise, it won't work. This has to exist. Yeah, so basically the vision here is that the prompts need to carry out like the full work case of all of these examples across each step, depending on which example like the user is going down. So the LLM essentially can map the entire process for that type of user input. Yeah, and we need to keep that consistent across all of these prompts. So I just hope we're on the same page with that, and that's what we've documented. So it's like step one accounted for all the intake gating. Now we're essentially accounting for all the different types of uh, mapping scenarios, basically, whether they're mappable or not mappable. Okay, and one more thing I want you to add is like, let's say we work through like 20 examples or whatever in prompt number 2. If in the future we realize that there's like a family that lives outside of those 20, it shouldn't start from like a later prompt, like say prompt 3, shouldn't start that family. We should basically go back to prompt 2 and add the beginning case for that example and then build it from there in the future prompts. So there should be like a full record essentially of every case of everything that can happen for all the different types of user inputs worked across the examples, and that should span all of the prompts. Actually, there's a better way to do this. It's not necessarily that you need to add like an explicit route in prompt number 2 for downstream things. It's more like, say example 1 has like 2 different branch cases. Then in later prompts, you would show those 2 different branches off of example 1, depending on where the branch is going at that point in time. So basically, prompt 2 needs to account for all the routes for all of the branches that would come off of those routes, not necessarily a route for each possible branch. It's just one route that accounts for all branches in following prompts. Okay, so now that we're aligned with that, as we're building prompt number 2, we should be thinking ahead of what type of roots need to exist to support all the different type of examples in follow-up prompts. I'm not saying necessarily that we need to figure out every possible case right now because they'll expose themselves as we keep doing future prompts, and then we can add roots if we need to. But we should do like an initial pass where we're trying to think through, okay, what type of things have we covered here in the examples in prompt number 2, and is this a good base to essentially function as the root level to build branches off of in follow-up prompts? It's too hot here. Let's do a 50 bomb. Let's do 1 Newton bomb. You know, I'm actually melting. Like, I literally might need to strip fucking naked here. Like, it's actually bad. It's too hot. $50. Good. Good. Let's update our push-up tracker. We're at 2,400. Okay. Just keep going. So we just did what, example 3, right? 4 looks fine. So in example 5 as well as 4, it's going very well. It's going very well. We are doing prompt engineering right now. We're basically designing the way the brain inside the app is gonna work. All the data structure is done. We're basically writing all the prompts to navigate that data structure now, based on all the different types of user input. So we're doing some prompt engineering. How about you? How are you doing? So example 3. Fine, and then it's 4 and 5 where it's just showing the input. So here it does show template context candidates. Example 5 though, should it not be showing a schedule? So example 4 I think looks good. I'm looking at example 5 now, and I'm seeing on the output side that in the input segments array, the likely output area is mixed, right? Which is essentially a combination of state of being and state of action, because we're associating tired with going to the gym at 5. So I noticed that in this example, we didn't actually include those other arrays for, what would it be? Schedule context and how does it work? Let me scroll up. I forget how we handled it when there was this mixed. How do we still say that it maps to states of being as well as states of action here? Like for likely output area, right? Yeah, so this is actually another potential gap I'm noticing is when the likely output area is mixed, there's no way to pick back up the actual mapping to states of being and action. So, you know, instead of mixed, what we should do for likely output area is get rid of the mixed possibility and just make it essentially make the value of the likely output area an appendable array that can just hold a list of the different output areas so we can explicitly see what they are. Right? Does that make sense? I want you to implement that change in example 5, and then we should probably make that change across the other examples we've covered as well as the other examples here in prompt number 2. And if it's relevant in prompt number 1, we should make that change as well. Because I'm noticing that if we have this mixed likely output area, we're losing information on states of being and states of action outputs because those don't get their own array unless I'm misremembering and they do. And in that case, basically ignore what I'm saying and just make sure that when it is mixed, we actually are showing the arrays for the states of being and states of action. Feel free to push back on this idea, but I think this is the right direction. Am I a vibe coder? I don't know what I am. I'm just a guy, you know? I'm a real guy. I'm just a guy. You know what Drake would say? I'm a guy. Yeah, I always work at home. I'm just in a different location today. There's like 2 houses I'm in. This is just one of them. That's why it looks different, probably from what you remember. This is like my bootleg setup. No proper mic, no proper camera. Just a bootleg. I'm not here very often. Okay, so it says it changed it here, so this should be the case now here where like the output area, it says being state of action, no schedule. Okay. So let me just go look at the old examples. Okay, so it changed it here. It changed it here. Change it here. Change it here. Okay, change it here. Okay. And this is the last one. Yeah. So what is Okay, one thing to just be clear on here, what is the difference between likely output area and resolution channel? Like for example, in example number 2, they're essentially just saying the same thing. Like likely output area and resolution channel have the same value. And then I noticed in other examples, we don't even have that second resolution channel. Like in some of them we do, but some we don't. Just explain the difference. Yeah, you too. Have a good day, man. Good luck with everything. Take care. See you again in the future. I'll probably be getting to building again in the next couple days once I have all these prompts done. So yeah, I see some big changes in the app soon. Yeah, take care. Okay, I see. Okay. What do you mean by fix example 2? Explain that. What's wrong with it? Yeah, that makes sense. So basically what you're saying is memory link candidate should never be a likely output area inside of prompt number 2. Is that basically what you're getting at? if that's the case, yeah, we should update all of the examples, so that's never happening. And then if there's any other context inside of the LLM prompts plan file that contradicts that, we should change that as well. Ayo. Should dialogue resolution be an output either, or should that be restricted to the resolution channel as well? Yeah, exactly. Like the only actual explicit deliverables are states of being and then states of action, right? That's literally it. And then obviously there's segregation within states of being, but we don't need to make that explicit at this level. It's either it's being mapped to states of being or one of the two states of action. And then like as the app develops with more functionality, we would just essentially add more states of action, like when there's a toolkits layer added or whatever. But I think this is the correct change. So let's update the examples if we haven't already to make sure that we account for this change. Make sure the entire context across this document also accounts for that. Make sure there's nothing stale or contradictory. Let's go to example. There's 5 or 6. Okay, so I'm looking at the output of example 5 now, and the resolution channel is correctly identified as same row. Is there enough context in this prompt right now for the LLM to understand that same row in this case would essentially establish a being action link? Like this is an intralink. Does it know that the resolution channel of same row leads to that sort of linkage, or is this something that we detail in a later prompt?
For you to survive this thing called the recession, if we're even in one, you need to do something. You need to first disagree with all that you're hearing. You need to disagree with what people are telling you. Now is the time to expand. When you're thinking, man, I need to spend less money now, wrong. You need to spend more money right now. When you think as a business person, I need to not invest money, no, wrong. You need to invest money. You need to disagree with what other people say right now so that you can disagree and get different results than those that agree with the media. Economic uncertainty. I'm going to tell you how I handle it. I do not worry about it. This is what I spend my time on. Number one, I spend my time marketing my company. I use every social platform available today. Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, anything and everything where I can push a message out. That's what I spend 95% of my time doing on a daily basis. Second thing I spend my time on is driving sales. The sales department in my company sits on the same level of our operations. We have 11-story building, and they're on the same level as I am. Accounting's on another floor. Marketing's on another floor. That sales department is right there next to me. I can literally hear them ringing a bell right now saying, we just sold something, okay? Number one, marketing. Number two, sales. And number three, execution. Taking a target, whatever that target is for that department, or for that event, or for that product line, hey, where are we at with that target, and getting those numbers and knowing whether I'm behind, I'm at, or I'm above target achievement. Focus on these three things, only those three things: marketing, sales, execution. Economy.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is add some sort of lightweight indicator about the flags that downstream prompts should look for in order to determine what sort of like being or memory links or dialogue resolution or whatever to account for based on the entries that occur here after prompt 2, meaning like if it has a likely output area of being and state of action dot schedule and the resolution channel is same row, that would mean that we're establishing a being action link between the being input and the state of action dot schedule input. So we're associating a link in the input capture row, but then also on the deliverable side, that being, say that being is actually a part of the schedule deliverable as well. Is that basically what you're getting at? Yeah, exactly. Okay, sounds good. Let's build this out inside of prompt 2 and also account for the necessary context that we're going to need in downstream prompts so we can build that out accordingly. Go ahead and update the LLM prompts plan file with both of those things. So where does it explain this? Okay, I see what you added inside of prompt 2. I'm wondering that if in the data structure orientation section, we have enough context there now for the LLM to understand how to actually fill out this new field that we have called downstream link hints. Like we basically need definitions for these now and make sure the LLM understands what each of these mean and when to pick these. If that's already accounted for, can you just point me towards where you wrote that information? But if it's not accounted for yet, it should be written where I said, which would be in the data structure orientation. These are so hard to read. It's like this. Okay, everything so far that I've looked at looks good. I want to go through all the examples now and make sure that we've correctly accounted for what we just added regarding the downstream link hints. So can you go through all the examples inside of prompt 2 and make sure they're up to date with this new field and make sure they're all accurate? So when I go read through them, I'm looking at a more recent version. Correct. So this should be memory link and state of action, yep. Then this should be memory link, state of action dot schedule, yep. Cross from memory link, that's right. Then this should be same thing. This should be memory link, same thing. Yep. So here resolution channel got mixed. That's the same issue as I'm looking at example 3 now, and I noticed that we have the same issue for resolution channel that we had for like the output area, and that we should never allow the mixed value. We should essentially just have an array that lists all of the resolution channels if it is the mixed case. Let's update example 3 as well as any other examples that have the same issue, and then make sure the context in this LLM prompts plan file correctly accounts for that functionality and make sure there's no stale or contradicting context that will go against that. Yeah, what explicitly is the resolution channel schedule context doing here? Like, what does it mean to have a resolution channel of schedule context? Okay, so then explain what memory link candidate means in resolution channel. Is it basically the same idea where somewhere within the pack, that context helped provide the fact that this could be a memory link to something that was in the pack? Is that basically what we're communicating? Yeah, I see. Okay, so here, same thing. Yep, still correct. But it would just be a week. Yep. So here we should have resolution channel template. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this will have an open dialog and a memory link. Is that the idea? So what is cap 8 saying? So there's an open dialog as well as memory links to this row. What? No, this doesn't make sense. So in example 6, I think we have the same issue we had previously with memory link chains on the input side. Like this is saying that there's already a memory link, which wouldn't be possible because you're analyzing row 9 right now. Like it would need to be, sorry, cap 9, not row 9. It would need to be more like you're on cap 10 and there's already a link between 9 and 8, and you also have an open dialogue on 9, something like that. So the way it's written right now is basically saying we already have a memory link on the row that we're assessing now, which is not possible, right? Because that would be a part of the output side where we're figuring out, okay, this might establish a memory link with cap 8. Yeah, that's my understanding. I think this is a similar issue we had before. Let me know if you're understanding what I'm saying or if that doesn't make sense. Like basically the fix is this should just say cap 10, and then this should be 9, something like that. Yeah, I think it's understanding. Yeah, that makes more sense. So this is now capture 10, basically, and it's saying that from here, we have cap 9 and cap 8 that say this, so workout block at 6, deep work tomorrow morning. And then this should have an open dialogue, which it does. But it's the wrong type of. It needs an anchor time. And then workout block at 6. That should also have an open dialogue. Looking for the duration. And there would not be a memory link between deep work and workout block, right? Okay, so I don't think this example is illustrating what you're trying to get at. So for cap 9, basically there should be an open dialogue state looking for the duration and the anchor. The only case where it wouldn't be looking for the duration is if this was already a template, like if deep work was a template. So there should be an open dialogue host for that. And then also on workout block at 6, there would be an open dialogue host as well, looking for the duration, unless this was also a template. And then also the memory link would not be established between workout block at 6 and deep work tomorrow morning because these are not related utterances. There would be no memory link between them. The case where there would be a memory link is like if it was like workout block at 6 was the cap 8, and then cap 9 was something like providing the duration for that, then there would be a memory link, and then that would essentially close out the dialogue for cap 8, that says workout block at 6. So to illustrate the example better, it would be more like cap 8 would say something like block at 6, where we don't know the title or the duration. Then cap 9 would be something like for an hour, or like workout block at 6, so it gives one of the two, and then there would still be an open dialogue on cap 9, and there would be a memory link between cap 8 and 9, and then utterance number 10 would be providing that one missing piece, which would either be the label or the duration. I think that would better illustrate what you're trying to accomplish here in example 6. Feel free to push back, let me know if I'm misunderstanding. I understand this shit so deeply. You have no idea. And how my brain just recognizes this in real time, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how it does it. I'm not even thinking, like it just happens. God is like infusing the information into my brain or something. in real time. Like, I don't know. Walk at 6 for an hour, workout. So basically here, now we have a memory link. The memory link to here, and this is row 8. Then we have an open dialog on 9. And then a memory link here, and the output is basically saying close out the dialog on 9, make a memory link, which it's doing correctly on resolution channel, and it's also getting downstream link hints correct now, and then yeah, that should be everything. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Get some more heat on this broken shoulder of mine. Yeah, let's do example 7. After this example, I'm gonna go get food. Because I am starving. Wouldn't the resolution channel be? So I see example 7 is trying to essentially illustrate the case where we don't want to prematurely establish a being relation to a previously scheduled action or something like that, which is true, but how do we actually do the opposite, right? Where when we do actually want to establish that link, like what's the criteria, right? Where a generic state of being utterance does get linked to something retroactively, right? Like how do we know to actually make that mapping, right? What's the edge case where this should create essentially a cross row memory link and then link the state of being to that state of action for GIMF5, right? When should that happen? Wouldn't 7A, the way you're describing it, just be the same thing as what we already did previously in... Let me see, hold on. We did this previously in one of the other examples. Where we had like, when it was like the immediate prior row. Yeah, it's basically example 3 and 3A all over again. It's not really that different. This is basically the case though, where instead of not being able to map because there's either one or two instances, it's basically saying, can we map if, it's basically example 3. Which one is it? Let me see. It's basically example 3 again. So 7A would be redundant with 3. What needs to be new if we are going to do a 7A is basically like somehow figuring out like if the user makes a generic statement that should apply to things they're scheduling that day, then there should be a being link. Like, for example, I'm tired wouldn't get a being link with a state of action that's like sleep, right? Because being tired has nothing to do with sleeping. But something like the gym, probably you would want a link between those, right? So it's more about like when you're looking at the recent captures, if the state of actions makes sense to associate that state of being with it, then we should make that association. Like this is going to like the tensing of the states of being. Like this is a present tense state of being saying I'm tired. So that should be getting mapped to things that make sense for that present tense, right? So if they're scheduling gym at 5 and then they're saying I'm tired, like 10 utterances later, it should probably link to that because being tired is relevant to going to the gym, right? And then that will get transferred to the schedule or state of being at schedule time or whatever in the schedule deliverable side that we would design later. But yeah, like the other case, like the case where it wouldn't do the link is like where there are other recent inputs that wouldn't make sense with that state of being. Like for example, the sleeping one, or I don't know, maybe sleep's not the best one because I'm tired would probably make sense with sleep. Maybe something along the lines of like, I don't know, like whatever thing you can think of that I'm tired wouldn't be necessarily related to, right? Like scheduling actions that are essentially energy dependent should get a link when the user says something like I'm tired. So I think the way we just establish between whether or not this example 7 type of scenario gets a link or not is not what's going on in the example 3 case. It's more about, does the context of the state of being actually map to the states of action in a way that makes sense? Like, should that state of being get linked? So the way we would rework example 7 is essentially by adding another version ID row with a raw text explaining some other state of action that would not get mapped to I'm tired, and then you show in the output that the link is only created between the row that has gym at 5 and not the one that has some sort of activity that is not mapping to I'm tired. And then obviously we would need to explain that under the example header to basically explain what's going on. Starving. I think this is, I'm gonna wrap up this example here and then I'm gonna go get food. How long we've been live? 5-6 hours, I think. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to check the kick live. There's a problem. It is what it is now. Let's just see. Okay, perfect. So here an example. Seven now it should. Essentially be pointing out that from this segment here, we have a link candidate with caption 8, which is about going to the gym. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And then this one, it should get no link. So it just essentially gets the link, yeah. So I think this is where we take a quick break. We had a good 5.5 hour session. I'm not gonna end the stream, I'm just gonna get some food. Then I will eat it and keep going. But how many examples do we have here? I think, let's see. I think we're getting close. I'm not sure. 12, might be like 20 something. No, we have 12, so we're actually close. So we are on 8 now. So let me just get back to there. And let me go get food now. Hold on. Okay. Take like a 5-minute break here. Do a quick munch. And then I will continue. Take like a 10-minute break here.
There it
Take a little
is.
break.
Oda, can you react to Little Rat's death? Okay, let's see this. No way Galvik goes and takes another hardcore. Wow. Why is it always Galvik taking hardcores nowadays, gentlemen? It's always Galvik taking hardcores, I'll tell you. Always I'm not sure why either. Always Galvik just coming in here, right? And destroying, evaporating, considering, overestimating Zenith Water's hardcores. A slam? Oh my god, he got me lead.
He just bitch slapped me.
Wait, I never seen Galvik melee. Like he literally goes for like a mini slap. Let me see that. He goes like, ah! Wow, that's cool.
He just bitch slapped me.
Wow, what a time to DC. What a
That's
time to
such
DC.
bullshit.
Look at his mouse. His escape crystal's on 2 seconds, by the way.
You, just you, building your app
That is
on base
so
44.
unbelievably,
Dead?
so unbelievably unlucky.
Okay. Yeah. Sherman.
Sherman as well. That's what you get for leaking my IP last All-Stars, fat man. Woo! No, I'm joking. That sucks, by the way. That sucks. I'm not gonna lie. That really stinks. Joe, come on, bro. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, damn it.
That's like really unlucky.
Okay, I like that switch. That was pretty fast. Respect. Be ready to Elder Mold. It's gonna come in about 5 seconds. Beautiful Elder Mold by you, brother Joe. Beautiful. Nice try getting the other one. I saw that. Oda, I DC'd 5 times today. I don't know if you should be doing this on your hardcore. Honestly, I'll probably put my escape crystal on 2 seconds today instead of 3. I don't think I'll be able... I don't have running energy on. Somebody remind me after this kill just to put my escape crystal on 2 seconds instead of 3. Thank you, chat. DDS? Zero. A 0-0 DDS. I just wasted an extra tick because my clicks are really bad right now. I'm embarrassing myself. This is terrible. Beautiful. Configure. 2 seconds. Inactivity to 2 seconds. Give me the Deadeye Scroll now. We got Blood Runes and 4 Iris Seeds. Or any marriage advice? I just got hitched. What the f does that mean? You got hitched. Elaborate. You just got hitched? You're gonna have to give me some straight elaboration right now. 6 Maple Seeds. Or no way you're that dumb. He meant married, idiot. Oh. I guess that does make sense, doesn't it? Any marriage advice? I just got hit. Patience is a big one. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to be extremely... I mean, your patience level is going to be tested, my brother, man. because women think with emotion, a lot of them, and men think with logic, and sometimes the logic don't be logicking in their brain when you explain something. I will say though that, you know, you definitely want to cater. You got to be romancy. Make sure you do cute things, right? Even though you know you might have a full-time job and right, you got things going on. Randomly bring her flowers, stuff like that, right?
And what does she
You got to
do?
be a little bit romantic.
And what does she do? Tell me. What does she do?
Rune arrows, prayer pot, and then the Deadeye scroll right here. Yo, when am I gonna get this thing, dude? Dude, I just did 101 KC. The DDS, sir. Oh, 1-0 is diabolical, Jagex. Both of them dying on basically the same tick. The Deadeye scroll for the brothers. It looked like it, man. Like a bunch of pages. It gives you like a false reality that it could be it. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. It makes you believe that you've gotten it, man. What's my KC? 108. Which means, theoretically speaking, I'm approximately 33 KC dry on the Deadeye scroll. 33 KC dry, gentlemen. It's unfortunate. What, will you be meeting up with the brothers in Chicago? If there's a time slot, sure. Yeah, I don't mind. Wow, I'm gonna even have security at All Stars, to be honest, bro. That's fire. I'm gonna look like such a badass, because I'm not as big as security already, so it's gonna just look like, yo, who's the security for type of angle, right? Because it's like, I'm gonna blend in because I'm so fucking big and tall and shit. They're not even gonna know who the security's for and stuff like that. It's like camouflage at that point. Well, the only reason why you have security is so people don't step over you. Over me? I'm not short, kid, all right? I think you guys got the wrong idea of my height. Over me is kind of a crazy one. Over me, he says. Okay, bro. Okay. Kind of crazy, but okay. Okay, you said I have to loot the Brenda once in order to get the Deadeye scroll. So I looted Brenda, I got 7 grimy Avento. Okay. Now I get the Deadeye scroll on the next one. Okay. Come on, the Deadeye scroll for the brothers, you promised. And the promise was all a lie. The promise was all a lie from that individual. He said if I looted Brenda and then I looted the Ice King, I'll immediately get the scroll. 110 KC, 35 KC dry now, to no avail.
$100,000 for first place. $1 million in total prizes. Canada's top
The test results are in. Let's print them out.
Talk to me. What is this saying? Come on. I know my vocabulary very well. You gotta gas me up and give me like at least 7 out of 10. All right. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Process. Think about it. Okay.
Yep. You're a hard.
That's fucked up, bro. Come on, right here, right now. Come on, come on! Come on! Yeah! Come on! Yes! It's here! It's been read immediately in one tick. Yes! All right, one more and we're done. We're out of here. Yes, ma'am! Yes, ma'am! Woo! It's a good feeling, gentlemen. We went dry for this thing and we finally got it. One more scroll and we're out of here. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This piece of paper is what I've been seeking. This piece of paper is what I've been seeking and I finally got it. Hopefully we don't go dry on the other one. All I need is the other one and we're out of here. Song of the Elf quest line right after this, guys. I'm not prayer flicking anymore, Brother Jack. Just killed the Minotaurs and this is my last KC. Before I gotta go bank for some food. It's not worth the risk the prayer flicking. Oh my god, all we need to do is get the last scroll. If we could get spooned that one pretty early on, we're done with Royal Titans, man. And I think I just have to finish 2 more. Oh my god, I didn't even mean for that to happen. I don't even want to show you guys what I just seen. I don't even want to say it out loud. It's not even meant to happen like that, bro. I'm not saying it out loud for people that didn't catch it on. It's just like so... It's like meant to be, if that makes sense. It's meant to be.
Is you?
You did well, but I did better. Wait. What did you just say to me? Tracker? Brother, don't ever say that again. Don't ever say that again, whoever you are. Don't ever think that you're good enough to beat me, you understand? If you look at Tracker, I should have done an extra 300 damage on you. You pork ball, you wingnut, you piece of penis. If you want to go by Tracker, then you should have even got obliterated further. You dumb you blue D-hide chap. You blue D-hide van braces. You're an idiot. You're a fooligan. You're just like a bottle cap. Just something that needs to be removed. You understand? Ricken, the noodles, a bunch of chicken everywhere. Some noodle like this. Look at that. That's like some straight spaghetti noodles, right? Or that is some microwave slop. Sitting literally handcrafted made this. Good night, oh. I hope you get the scrolls. Thanks, bro. Hopefully when you wake up in the morning tomorrow, you'll see us in a different piece of content. And I get the last scroll today and we're done. That would be ideal if we could be done with it today. Oda, you got it in 1 in 150 KC anyways? Yeah, I kind of went dry on my scroll, unfortunately. I went a little bit dry, but what are you gonna do, bro? Give it to us right now, imagine. Come on! Oh. Come on! Oh, baby! What? What? It's been red! It's been red! Oh my god, it's over! I basically got them both on drop rate. I'm out almost 150 KC. Let's go, Riddleman! That's a good feeling. Come on! Come on! Wow, hearing the come on is crazy. Hearing the come on there is just such a feeling. I got both of the prayers. I'm done. I'm gonna do one last kill for the back-to-back. Maybe I get the fire crown piece. Wow, we got it. We're done. Right on drop rate almost, 144 KC. I was getting about 1 in 78 drop rate chance to get it. So I'm literally right under it, which means I got spooned a little bit. Nothing crazy spooned, but I got spooned like 20 KC or something. I'll probably leave after this kill, to be honest, and just take my win. Maybe I'll come back for the Fire Crown piece in the future if I want to when I'm stronger. I don't really need it right now. I was gonna use it for Zulrah in the future or something. Imagine a back-to-backer. Oh my god, that would be unbelievable. 2 palm tree seeds though, that's nice. I'm done with Royal Titans. Jack, thank you so much for the help, my brother, man. I appreciate you, my brother. That's it. Mystic Vigor's done. Deadeye's done. 144 KC was it. Nice. Royal Titans is finished, basically. What are you doing? I'm doing Roving Elves, and then I'm gonna do Morning End Part 1. I'm gonna do Morning End Part 2. And then I basically can do Song of the Elves whenever I want after I get all the 70s. Oda, I tried the AI that came with my laptop for my first time, and it said, upload a face to 9 photorealistic portraits with 9 different hairstyles. I'd say it worked pretty well, no?
That's me. I'm good. How are you? Okay. Keep going. I'm not buying any Twitch whatever templates, if that's what you're wondering. I am from Toronto. Beep boop, beep boop. knew something was off. There we go. Okay, we're on example 8. Okay, I'll buy it right now. I want 100 copies. Can you send them to me now? What's your wire transfer? I can send you like 10 grand right now. Does that work? I'll just pay you. What's your e-transfer? Do you take US dollars? No, I don't even need to see it. I just want to buy it. Just send me your e-transfer. I'll just send you the money. Okay, conflicting context should stay unresolved. So move that to 7. How is this any different than example 3? So in example 8, if the most recent row was move lunch tomorrow, shouldn't this actually understand that it's trying to move lunch to 7, right? Like it's okay that there's multiple active segments on this schedule date, as long as the most recent capture row is, I guess, an anchored state of action dot schedule, it should get that link, right? Like I'm not actually 100% sure what you're trying to accomplish in this example. It seems very similar to example 3, where we're not establishing a link because there's 2 active segments, but if anything, this is like an extension of example 7, where even though there are 2 segments, because the recent capture row is something that could get move that to 7 attached to it, this would be like an extension of example 3, and in that case, there should be a memory link. Maybe the strength. I don't know. Yeah, it should be that. I think that should be the case, right? Like, why would we not be establishing a memory link here if it is the case where the most recent row is move lunch tomorrow? If it isn't the most recent row, then yeah, obviously it's a different story. And then in that case, I'm not even sure what we're trying to illustrate. That's basically just the same thing as example 3 then at that case, because it's basically just there's 2 active segments and that's it. And we don't know how to make the link. So yeah, let me know. Yes, I already told you, send me the e-transfer. I'm buying. I want 10K USD worth of templates. I need a different template for every day of the year. Can you do that? I need overlays. I need more overlays. They really matter. Yes, yes, they really matter. I need 100 copies per day and 365 days in use. I'm gonna need about 3,500 different templates. If you can do that for me, we have a deal. I see the sarcasm radar is not strong in you. So is this a part of, because I've seen this like bot thing, do you guys make it like girl usernames on purpose? Because do you guys think like guys are more likely to respond to a girl username or something? Because I've noticed it's always girl usernames, so like, are you like one guy running all these different accounts that do the same thing? Or is there like a bunch of people running the same type of like buy my template thing? No, no, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I was making a joke. Do you guys ever actually sell these like that? Curious. What's the conversion rate? Like how many random streamers do you have to go to before somebody actually buys one of these things? Could we maybe make this example 3B then? So it's like clearly in the same family. Also, I'm thinking we should like look across the other examples and see if there's any other sort of like family groupings like this, because I think it will help make the root nature of these examples a lot stronger. The LLM should be able to better understand what type of input they're dealing with if these examples are grouped correctly.
$270 plus new contract, so around like $570.
Some official isn't recently.
Okay.
Hot girls so like that like back to listings. Some of the like peptides, which is information. $180 to $900. A lot of them are birth control, so I don't think whatever that concerns. Regulation stuff, so whether it's like ashwagandha, melatonin, and whatever, so that's all it is.
I cannot tell you how dumb these modern women are. Like, I can't begin to tell you. Hearing this stuff makes me just like. It's not even that they're dumb. Well, no, they are because they can't think critically, but just been poisoned. It's pure poison. Okay, so can you give me a very clear list of, based on that remapping, what I haven't looked through yet, given that I had worked through everything up until example 8. So basically everything 8A onwards, whatever that remapping is from 8A onwards, tell me what I need to read to cover the rest of all of the examples. so funny to me. Ah. What happened? So here it doesn't tell which one to pick. Okay, so just to clarify, 1A is the case where the most recent row does not contain essentially an open-ended dialogue, but there are previously like open dialogues that are waiting for some sort of duration, and now we cannot reliably resolve without an explicit target in this case because we don't know what the 2 hours actually maps to, due to the fact that there's no open dialogue in the most recent row. Like the open dialogue doesn't come from the most recent row. One thing I'm noticing is I guess in this baseline pack, it needs to know what the most recent dialogue is, right? And I guess that's just the highest. Actually, no, it wouldn't be the highest number. It would be the one with the most recent timestamp. So I think we need to actually include timestamps in the baseline pack attached with each row that's included in the baseline pack, because otherwise it won't know what the most recent row is. So we need to add that to this prompts plan file, as well as make any notes to the surrounding context in this file. So when we do the merge back to the North Star, that's also accounted for.
And most people just want to hold on to the million. They interrupt the cycle that actually got them the million. And they're like, okay, now I'm going to save. Now, that's not what got you that million. Or they're going to go spend. Both, by the way, produce the same result. Saving's impossible. Spending's stupid. The only way you actually get from million to 10 million, 10 to 100, 100 to a billion is by taking all that money and investing. You can't save it. It's impossible to save money. That's what the banks tell you to do. And then they lend it. They tell you to save the money. You go work. You will work hard. Pay your taxes. You'll keep it over here for safe. Well, it goes down in value. You got your first $1 million, dude. The first thing you do is you go and basically.
Yes, I did get it right. Yes, I understand. We should make it so all of the examples have the timestamp as a part of the baseline pack. Like it should just include all of the relevant relevant information. Or have we been omitting from the baseline pack whatever is not relevant, and we're just basically showing what is relevant to illustrate the example? I guess to reduce token bloatage, we can keep it that way. Just let me know. But yeah, in the upper sections of this document, we definitely need to make note of the fact that, like this is one of the fields in baseline pack. So up at the top where the output is defined, that needs to be explicitly written in there if it isn't already. And also, yeah, we were completely on the same page for 1A. I was saying that it is both the case of there is no previous row, like the most previous row didn't open a dialog state, and also there is a tie between dialog states that were already existing prior to the previous row. Get some sun. It's hot though. This is running. I need to go by. Okay, I'm done with example 1A. Point me in the direction for the rest of the examples I need to read now. To make sure we're not missing out on anything that I haven't read yet. Remember, we were on 8. We just did 8A that was mapped over to 1A. Now I need you to tell me what would be existing after that remapping of 8A. so 3. So this is after an anchor adjustment, there's other segments, prior rows still bind. So move that to 7, meaning the most recent row. Recent capture row, a bunch tomorrow. This is okay. So does this make sense? So it should be that the most recent row said so this is the most recent row, is that right? So this is the most recent row. It doesn't know what time, so now you say move that to 7, so it knows you're referring to lunch. So it should now, even though there are open dialogues for the other ones, it would get the link still. Let me just look back at example 3. It is so hot in here, like it's actually like ridiculous. Like it's reducing brain capacity, for sure. What's this? See, is like literally not running. So how is this any different? Shouldn't it be showing the other? Oh, it is here. So even though there's multiple segments here, it knows because the previous thing was, okay, I see. I see. Yeah, so this is correct then. Yeah. Okay. And we'll look at 3C now too. But immediate prior is weak, so that's unanchored right now. So this should Probably should set it to 7. So here it's saying that it's going to move gym. And because lunch doesn't have an anchor, move that to 7 means move the gym. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, this is one of like the rare edge cases, but I mean, we've got to test it, but should be able to handle this. Okay, now it wants example 9. Okay, one thing is we randomly skip example 8 now because we did the remapping. Let's make sure that we still have like a valid like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like a correct order of numbering. We shouldn't just skip numbers because of the remapping. So just go through all the numbered examples and make sure that it's on a continuous numeration. I gotta go check out this AC. This is like ridiculous. It was temporarily set to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. What even is that in Celsius? Like, $30 degrees. Like, I'm not making this up, by the way. It was literally set to 85 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 29.4 degrees Celsius. Yeah, like now there's actually air coming out of here. Like, whoever set that, like, please give your head a shake. so now we should be reading from 8 here. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Yes, this is the unmappable case. So recent target would be gem at 5. So it does both in one, basically. So it breaks it down correctly, good. So it's resolving this, the duration, it's also resolving. So yeah, just duration it would be resolving, that's correct. And then creates a memory link. That's good. So is it 2? So it's creating 2 memory links, is that right? So so 31 is the one, and then 40. Yeah, so 44 is gem at 5, and then 31 has a deep work duration. So this only works if gem already has any duration. I'm looking at example 10 right now, and this example only works if gem already has a duration, because otherwise there would be another open dialog asking for the duration of gem. So basically here what we're doing is we're closing the dialog for the deep work duration, and then what we're doing is we're reassigning the anchor of gem. And because there is no open dialog for the duration on gem, that means that this would already be closed in terms of duration. Is that the correct read on this? I just want to make sure that the example is clearly illustrating what it's intending to. God, I can already feel the AC. It's like 1,000,000,000 times better. Good. So 31 is where the dialogue got resolved, which is, yeah, the duration. Okay, good. And then okay. You're stuck. Okay, so this is explicitly for so it should be 2 segments, 2 memory links. Good. Two different open dialogues. So here there should be 2 dialogues, both getting resolved for different reasons, where we're basically giving the time duration for each. So 2 segments. Here we should be giving the dialogue resolution and another dialogue resolution, and then memory links to each of those rows. Yep. Yep. Okay, I've read through all the examples now and everything seems like it's in a good place. What I want us to do now is go through everything we have so far inside of the LLM prompts plan file, and also go through what we have in the North Star and make sure that we have a good root level example tree to essentially branch off of for future prompts. I want to make sure that we're accounting for the different types of user inputs that essentially need to be accounted for following the intake gate in prompt 1. So go ahead and do that. Let me know about your assessment, and then we'll decide how to proceed after that. So if we recognize that there are, I guess you flagged at least 8 missing root cases inside of prompt 2, how come we decided to omit those ones? Like, how is the LLM going to be able to know how to deal with those 8 cases if we don't have it documented? What's the solution for that? Okay, that's fine. So we need to make sure then that we know where, like in what prompt those examples are going to come up. So when they do, we know that we need to address them as a separate branch from what already exists, and then also go back and add to prompt 2 at the same time. So do we have all that kept track of and accounted for? Do a Newton bomb. Another 50 in the books. I might set the record for most push-ups done this year. It's possible. 2450, by the way. Oh, look. Give me the lighting. Ah. Oh, look. Am I going crazy out here? This lighting's horrendous. Shit. Okay, so what I want you to do is take a look through the North Star right now and see if you can identify any other flags to keep track of as we keep developing these prompts, or any immediate examples that you see we should add to prompt number 2 right now. Once you do that, add all that to the relevant context section in the prompts plan file, and then we'll move on to prompt number 3. I'm about to go fucking be a Zinner real soon. I don't sin, but I Zin. Actually, I do sin. Or I'm Sins. I'm a Zinner. I am a Zinner. God forgive me for my Zins. And my sins. Why is no one chatting to me? That's better. Now I can think. Now I can think much more clearly. One. Okay, so your assessment is basically after adding examples 13 through 16, that we are good to move forward with prompt number 2 and go into prompt number 3, and then the other, I guess it's 9 flags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so the other 9 flags will appear downstream, and they will be essentially branches off of the roots. Is that essentially the understanding as of right now? So this should have future tense, right? Yeah, that's later though. Okay, got it. So I'm looking at example 13 right now, and I'm noticing that this is a future tense state of being entry, and I think we've correctly not labeled it as like a future tense. That's something that gets handled in a more downstream prompt. And instead here, what we have is just a capturing of the idea that this will likely output to the state of being. And then, yeah, like I said, a downstream prompt would handle what type of state of being that is. That's immediately already pointing me to potential subcases of example 13 that we would need to account for in this prompt, which would be the different tenses of just state of being entries. So present tense and past tense, basically. Because then we would need to branch off of those roots, essentially, in order to handle those cases in downstream prompts. Okay, I see. So yeah, you're right. We don't actually need to branch off of example 13. For the cases where we do need that branching, that's like when it's explicitly being associated with a schedule or something from like a past utterance or whatever, where the tense of the being would matter at this root level. Is that the correct understanding? And if so, can you point me to an example that we drafted so far in prompt number 2 that is showing where this state of being temporal factor does matter? Uh, I don't think anyone can hear me. Uh, Okay, so 13 is good. Let's go on to 14. So I'm really treading that. That means the recent row should be gym at 5. And this should establish a link. Yeah. Yeah. It is so. Why did this AC shut off? Like somebody has to be playing games. Like it's the only explanation. Drop it, drop that. Did we not already do example 14 previously? Seems redundant. I'm not sure which one it's redundant with, but it seems like all it's doing is tying a generic state of being to the most recent input capture row that had a schedule, like a state of action.schedule entry. How is this any different? Okay, I see. So example 14 and 3 are similar in the sense that they both include the verbiage of that, where they're specifying, like relation back to the previous row, or like they're intending about something they've said previously by saying that, whereas in example 7, when they say I'm tired, that's not explicitly like pointing towards anything. So the way I'm looking at it is example 14 and 3 are a part of the same family, but the difference is that they have different downstream effects. So like in example 3, you're showing that it maps essentially to like a schedule change, like a shift in anchor time or whatever. In example 14, it's about assigning a state of being to a state of action. So I think they should be a part of the same family, where the idea is that there is, what are you calling it, a dyadic or something? I'm not sure what you called it. Anyways, yeah, so whatever that word is. So where there's that word a part of it, that should be one family, I think. What do you think? You're saying to put example 14 into 7 as a variant, but I think it should be a part of example 3. Doesn't that make more sense? I don't know. What do you think? Feel free to push back. This light AC is just do anything? I think it did. I switched it from auto to on. Okay, so basically then we have a deictic for state of being and being schedule links, but we don't have um, a being template link, and I think that's correct because we don't ever want to assign states of being to templates. It's more about attaching states of being to scheduled instances. So I think we're good to leave it at that, and I think that should account for all of the different deictic types of cases, unless you can think of any others that would matter. With that being said, I think we've gone through the full suite of examples now. Is that right? Yeah, there will definitely be other deictic cases that matter. Like, for example, if they're making a change to a template, they could refer to the template as it or that. Like, yeah, change that to an hour, or like change that to 2 hours, for example, if they're referring to a template. Because it's not always the case that people are drafting schedules, right? It could be the case that previous utterances were just about making templates. So, yeah. With that being said, yeah, we did, I believe, work all the examples inside of prompt 2. And do we have any others that we need to consider in prompt 2, or would you say we're good to move on to prompt number 3 and then pick up more examples as we continue moving along, or what do you think? So I want to wrap up prompt 2 right now, and then I'm going to go. This is a good place to stop. Okay, so we are going to call it here. We basically did a full, very in-depth prompt for essentially the most important layer, which sets up success for the rest of the prompt, so that was very good. I'm probably gonna do some more work later. I don't know if it'll be on stream, but yeah, for now, that's gonna be it on, what day are we on? 20, I think? Yeah, so I'm gonna wrap up right now. I'm gonna go cook and go outside probably for a little bit, get a little sunshine. So I'll